Good evening. Tonight we're going to be doing some solo content. In particular, I had in mind that we would see which of the Omega Savage raids we can complete. Now, the thing is, I'm aware that other people have already done this. The idea in doing it is both in the entertainment value, of course, but also let's analyze how easily it is possible to do. Like, one thing is if a Savage Raider that already has multiple 630 gear pieces can do it, that's one thing. I have no Savage equipment. I have some 620 equipment from the weekly weekly currencies, but beyond that, my gear isn't so completely absurdly strong compared to what you could get immediately, that if you can see me do it, there's a really good chance that you would be able to do me after. Which I think is the most interesting aspect of it, like last time, where I showed that it is possible to solo Sastasha synced with Scholar. Which is ridiculous, since you're supposed to be doing that with a group at that level, of course. Synced content is not something we're going to be doing much solo. It's a possibility that we can do some occasionally, like for instance maybe Sastasha isn't the only low-level dungeon that Scholar can solo. But I imagine that as we get higher level, it will be more likely that it'll be Gunbreaker that might be able to solo something. It all comes down to whether there is some sort of tank buster in the low-level dungeon that a healer can't survive, or a single pack of enemies that does too much damage for a single healer alone to survive. Now, I started as Paladin because someone did request seeing E4S attempted with Paladin. Whether that's possible, I highly doubt it. However, I'm gonna leave that for the moment in case Ralu does show up, so that he has a chance to see it happen, his specific request. The reason I don't think that it's going to be possible is because usually the Savage raids from the immediately previous expansion is not something you can solo. In fact, you typically need 8 people to just have a chance at doing them. For example, O12S, the final boss of the Omega raids, that was not soloable back in Shadowbringers. I believe the best people could come up with was that if you had 8 people, there were strategies to beat it quickly, but it was still very much a thing that you would wipe if you didn't respect every single mechanic. Now, you don't need 8 people for Omega. You might not even need 5 people for Omega. And you don't need to respect the vast majority of the mechanics, so you can just do whatever. I base that conclusion on the raiding stream, the mount farming stream that I did Sunday. Now, what I had actually in mind to do is to start from the start of Omega and see if we can beat every single fight one at a time. Unsynced, of course. It's never gonna happen synced. But it might happen unsynced. And I do believe the 8 first encounters have been beaten, actually the first 9. Which does include Chaos, which we had a lot of issues with last time I was hosting this. Now, many of these fights I've never even tried on Savage, like this one, which is the reason why I'm seeing the cutscene. So part of this also comes in me trying to figure out what the fight actually is about. The only inspiration I have is that I might know a thing or two based on the normal encounter. But that's where my knowledge ends. We'll start with that one. Oh, there's no edges in this version of the fight. That's pretty important, because that means knockback is a lot more lethal. Twin Bolt. I'm guessing that's a tank buster. It is. The classical elements. How much damage are we talking? Is it a knockback? Fire. That's probably going to be circle AoEs, and that's going to mean frost. Downburst probably means knockback. It does, and it is not immunable. Okay, so we observed that downburst will knock the explosions out of the way, so we should make sure that we get knocked either closer to the center if the downburst is not centered, or make sure that we are in the center so that we get pushed as little as possible. And it didn't appear possible to cheese it with dashes, because I'm pretty sure that I got crowd controlled during the knockback. Now let's see, is it the same combination? Oh, we're not supposed to be that close. Roar. So we don't want to get too close during the downburst, but other than that, so far no mechanic that is particularly lethal. But we're just getting started. What do you have for me next, Alte? Another tank buster? It's not so bad. What does clamp do? Okay, this is an alternative formation, so I'm guessing they're going to explode in order. Seems reasonable. And then a stack marker. And I've spent most of my big cooldowns, so luckily it didn't do very much damage. Another twin bolt tank buster. And another roar. I believe they did hardly any damage, right? Yep, and another roar. I'm guessing it's just a raid wide. Charybdis. I believe that sets me to a 1 HP, is that right? Which would be a lot more scary if they were gonna do something that could kill me. Classical elements? That was what killed us the first time? Is it gonna be different? Or is it the same? It's slightly different. And downburst again. So the mechanic can be cheesed with a dash in after the knockback. There's enough time for that. That was a pretty good guess on my part, I wasn't sure at all. Oh. That's what Clamp does. I wonder why it didn't do anything the first time. Let me check that. Oh, okay, you just have to dodge it. Excellent. That should be very doable. I wonder how I dodged it by accident the first try. I feel like I was standing in front of the boss when I did it the first time. Maybe it was during inner release. So I just had immunity. I'm guessing that would be the reason. And we have the classical elements. And get real up close. And it doesn't really... Oh right, not too close. This would be far more demanding to deal with if there were multiple players due to the overlapping circle AoEs. So was this when he used Clamp? Nope. Another twin bolt. It looks like it's a very tight cone. So it should be very, very doable to just sidestep it by accident. Gold. And a stack marker. I wonder if he's got any more tricks up his sleeve. Is it now that he does Charybdis? I think it was right around now. No, he does Roar twice. And then Charybdis? Is it Charybdis now? I thought it was now. Yeah, there it is. Give way back up. And then the classical elements again. So we need to discover where he's going. And keep a dash for that. Or not? I thought that was now. Guess not. Oh, now. Right. Thinking something like here. Oh, it's very lenient. Pokeshack! Hey Pokeshack, how are you doing? All the 3 Savage of Omega solo for the mount. Yeah, I think it should be possible to do the 4 and 8. The question is how far we get. I'll try and make my way through them as a target, unless we come up with something more interesting or specific to do. Here comes Charybdis again. And Twin Bolt. I'm doing good. Good to hear it. It's funny, both of the wipes I've had so far here on Alte Roite has been him knocking me off the arena. The first observation I made was that the arena had no walls. Like, it was very obvious what was going to be happening. Oh, plant. There it is. I didn't expect him to do clamp at that time. I should have angled him differently, expecting it. That was a really long time just for me to get knocked off. Pokeshack says you reached the pink candy rank in PvP. We're back to diamond. We're back to diamond. But weren't you there, Tuesday? I feel like you were there. Or well, am I remembering wrong? Oh right, the don't get too close thing I keep forgetting. Ah, okay, you had to leave quickly. That's alright. Yeah, I played Machinist for the entire session. And it went well. I feel like it was almost easier to play Machinist at times. It was just even worse when it was in a losing position, because it feels like Machinist doesn't, like, it has even less it can do if you're standing alone. If that makes sense. But we might try a different job next week. Not that I'm expecting it to suddenly go better by trying different jobs every week, but just I feel like we've reached a little bit of a point where the increase in rank is slowing a bit. So instead of going super try-hard and trying to get the highest rank possible all the time, I feel like the better thing is to just have fun with it. And I think it's more fun this way. Yeah, exactly, Pokeshack. Machinist has less mobility. Not that it would help it much compared to a Red Mage, but it's also like you have very little to no like healing outside of the basics. Not that, again, not that the Red Mage benefits that much from it when you're already in a losing position. Like, that 8,000 health isn't going to cut it from the Holy if you're standing completely alone. It just feels less impossible when you're playing Red Mage. A bit risky. That plant is really the thing that is the mechanic that I need to deal with. So it would help me a lot if I try to make sure I'm always facing Alte Roite at like a weird angle, so that if he chooses to use Clamp, I have more of the arena to work with. But it doesn't help that much, because he keeps jumping back to the center when he places. This is a really good example of a boss where you have knockback immunities, but the boss just has like mechanics that don't care repeatedly. Okay, I think I've got him. Now the question is whether we're reaching enrage time and I ran out of time. It seems like he's just repeating mechanics still, so we might be fine. There we go. 4 tries. And Pokeshack says, I believe in arm's length and sure cast supremacy. Yeah, if only it worked more. I'm saying the first thing he used where I thought that sounds like a knockback, I immediately used the immunity, like used arm's length, and then it just didn't work. But that was the first one. Now we hop on to round 2. Which one was that again? Oh, is it the eye? Oh no. Oh no. I'm thinking trying each of the fights in order. It should be possible. Right. So the big question is, does this boss have anything that can kill me outright? And if it does, is it something I have to use the extra button for? And or is it specifically something that I shouldn't use the extra button for, is also an option. Trembler, that did hardly any damage. That also did hardly any damage. I'm guessing that I avoid that damage with the extra button. Don't know what this does. Is in the normal version that you have to be in the button mode for as much as possible. Well, in the normal mode, this mechanic happens very, very rarely. I can't remember what we're supposed to do about it though. That killed me. Excellent. That's very early. Let's see. Okay, so it doesn't really matter whether we're in the air or on the ground. What needs to happen is that we need to find the safe spot that matches where we are. So if we are on the ground, then we can ignore the yellow ones, and if we are in the air, we can ignore the blue ones, and we need to find the safe spot. Now, if I remember correctly, yeah, you can't manually cancel the effect, so you have to, like, if you are in the blue area, you can choose to bail out of it by switching into the air, but if you are in the yellow area, then you just have to find the spot, which is why I'm not so inclined to click the button unless I know I need it. Which is why my first question was, when will I need it? But we know that the boss opens with a handful of these slams and an earthquake, so we know that we're going to need it at the very start. And this knocks us down, right? I believe that's what it does. Yep. And then it uses anti-light, and we have to find the safe spot. I think it's right here in the middle, if you're on the ground. Let's see. Excellent. Gravity wave, what does that do? Some damage? Not enough damage. Gravitational manipulation. I don't know what this does, but I think I did it wrong because I got a Voln stack. I guess that might be the tank buster mechanic or the tank switch mechanic. Ow. See. Okay, so the Voln stack that I got was unavoidable because it requires 4 players to deal with. So it says that it does it 3 times and the 3rd one kills. So the question is there a way to avoid dying from that? That is the question. Is there any way to avoid dying from that? Let me just check something. I wonder if it is at all possible. That is what I'm saying. But I don't know for sure. It appears that it should be possible. Now the question is what to do about that mechanic. Can it be dodged? Does it not work if you have enough shield? If it works with enough shield, then that's what we're doing. Let's see. That's exactly why we're here. So, need to be aware after that bone stack to immediately put up a defensive cooldown and see if we can block one of those cleaves with shields. Okay, that does not work. Do we have anything else we can do? Can it be done? I don't think it can be done, to be honest. Just based on what I can find, it seems like this is completely impossible to avoid. Yeah, exactly, Pokeshack. It's a tank switch mechanic. You're supposed to take 2 of them and then switch so that the other tank gets the 3rd. And that is supposed to be the only way you can do it. I don't think it can be done. I can't find any proof from anyone else that they've done it. Apparently, I thought it could be done, but I didn't check. I'm going to say I can't do it. If there is a trick to that one, then I don't know it. It's not that I want to throw in the towel that early, but that's why we're doing this, to discover whether it is soloable. We jump into the next one. It's simply a matter of... I think I've talked about this last time as well, maybe. But generally, trying to solo an encounter boils down to, is there a mechanic that completely prevents you from doing it alone? Is there something where you need 2 people? If the tank buster or the tank switch mechanic simply says you take a lot of damage, then it doesn't matter. if the tank mechanic says, oh, you die outright if you don't respect it, then we can't do it. There's simply no way to do it. Without finding some sort of trick. I tried using home gang to avoid the death even, and that didn't work either. The normal version of this fight I see is used for farming the tank's mount. That is correct, and it also in the most recent Moogle Tombstone event was found to be an efficient way to grind Moogle Tombstones, simply because it had a lower barrier to entry compared to doing Aurum Vale with blue mages. Like, this was still made better with blue mages, yes, definitely, but you didn't need to bring a blue mage for it. Yeah, that was completely optional. Critical hit. I'm guessing that might be the tank buster, and if that's the tank buster, then we might be getting somewhere. The big question is, there is a mechanic where the boss does this whole thing where you have to run through a maze of some sort. The question is whether that will cause problems. Or if that's normal exclusive, that is also a possibility. There's also a mechanic where they put down like roll markers. There's also this. Dimensional wave. Also not that scary. She's gonna transform me now. Well, I'm gonna be standing on the spot I'm supposed to. Excellent. So that did 330,000 damage. So let's see. Maybe we can survive it. So it did 330,000 damage, less than 10 seconds after I got transformed. So if I use a defensive cooldown, there's also a possibility that we weren't supposed to do it right, but on normal you're supposed to do it right. It has to be the correct player type. So that one is not a misunderstanding. So what we're gonna try is double defensives, maybe home gang, just before we get morphed into a little piggy. Maybe we can survive it then. The reason why I'm thinking multiple defensives and home gang is because I want to see whether home gang can let us survive it. But even if it could let us survive it, we would be at 1 HP with home gang and unable to do anything, which means that the boss will have 15 seconds to just walk up to us and smack us once. And there's nothing we'd be able to do about that. And then we hope that this is enough. No, that did 340,000 damage. Regardless. Really? It wasn't an exact amount of damage. It was slightly more than the last try. I think I might have discovered some shenanigans. I wonder why. I wonder. Based on what I can see, it seems like people do it with Sage for some reason. I'm guessing that the shield helps. I just want to do a little bit more testing before we go out and try specifically Sage. Because it's weird that the attack does a set amount of damage. Or a varied amount of damage, but at the same time ignores everything. It may be all buffs and then shake it off. Yeah, that's an idea. I'll see how many buffs I can manage to fit. I think that one is just gonna run out just before it lands. 313,000. Yeah, the thing is that I don't, even if Holmgang, okay, so one more test. I'm gonna see if Holmgang works. If Holmgang works, I don't think it does, but even if it would, I don't know how it would help us, because we're gonna be in the position that we'll have 1 HP and no way of healing for like 15 seconds. My hypothesis that I'm thinking of is that maybe the damage is related to your HP. I wonder. Yeah, exactly, just Holmgang and then we see if that works. It probably doesn't. I sure hope I didn't use it too soon. Oh, ignores immunities. Did 350 something thousand. I don't think it works with Warrior. I want to hop out and see if there is some trick with Sage that somehow works based on apparently that's what other people have discovered. Let's see. It would be weird that it is only Sage that can do it, but I have a feeling that I might know how. Now it also boils down to a little bit how much damage her attacks will do now. That's a really big shield. Does it make any difference? Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Strange. But interesting. Apparently that works. From what I understand, that shield from your Eurasian diagnosis has to be a crit for it to work too, so that was really lucky. I didn't even remember to use everything. Now my question is, how are we gonna meet this DPS check? Are we supposed to ignore this? No, we're not. Oh dear. And that just barely refreshed our vuln stack, so I don't think this is gonna happen now. If I remember correctly, you're supposed to stand on these. Oh right, there's a dragon, that's true. And I forgot about that. So now we're in trouble. Keep dodging! We can survive! Ow. 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 Okay, so we have to survive like 2 minutes without making a single mistake. I'm not sure how we're supposed to know which mechanic she does as she makes the forward march. But we can try a little bit more. Seconds, and this is 30. I'm guessing it's the color around it, because there was some orange when she cast it. And let's see. Seems somehow reliable. think we're going to go rightward. Okay, we managed to dodge it this time. But it seems like she's reliably using fire, perhaps. That's my best guess. Right, for some reason I thought, I was thinking that Ribbit was gonna hit me anyway, but it's a cone, of course it is. Place Dark Token. Oh. Okay. I need to figure out which one of the bright squares is safe, and that was that one. I thought the dark token stuff maybe meant the opposite. Ow! Ow. A part of the problem here is that I know that I have a strict deadline at some point where the boss is gonna be tired of fighting me. Blue is the save, is the what? Magic vulnerability down. Aha. That's an interesting combination. Huh? My guess is that they want someone to stand. Like you need someone for each and they have to match. I think I'm dead because I didn't get enough shields up. Apparently not. This mechanic is bonkers. It's just weird. Ow. Ow. Nine jack. And then there's the dark token, so that means I'm guessing that we have to Here, maybe? Nope. Stench of Death? Did 100,000 damage. Okay, so the main question that this brings to me is how much time do I have? Because she had like, what, 70% health? And twice we have to deal with having like a big damage down effect. Plus, like, we might just be like super unlucky with the shields at the start. So I'm not really sure how this is done. But this is really janky. That's for certain. Really, really janky. Yeah, waiting for the crit. Exactly, like if we're going in to this fight and it's gonna be like 10 minutes, we might as well start it correctly. I don't think we got the crit, so now we're gonna know whether it's required or not. I'm guessing the answer is yes. How much damage did we take? Oh, it didn't even say. It just said, nope, you missed. It's a bit annoying. We'll try for a bit more. The question, like, I'm more interested to see how many mechanics we can see through. But a boss fight where the entire premise is based on luck like this, even at the very start, doesn't seem very fun or enjoyable to do. I can't imagine anyone that would want to do this more than once when it's weird like that. Also mainly because I feel like there's a good chance that 04 is somehow easier. We got the crit this time, right? Seems like we did. We have the huge mega shield, so there's a chance. So, it also apparently is the case that the ad that is summoned in this phase heals the boss. That is likely part of the reason why it was so healthy. But I have a bad feeling that it's simply not possible to damage it fast enough to avoid that. And we get walk right. So I'm going to just guess that it's gonna be fire. I guessed correctly, but I placed myself wrong. Should have aimed at the boss. And now we won't survive because we have seven vulnerability stacks. Hmm. 42 seconds of not making a mistake, then maybe we may be able to continue if we can do that. 30 seconds. Dark token, that was where we had to figure out the safe spot. It would be this one then. Appears so. Okay, what are you doing? Whoop. We somehow survived through 7 stacks of vulnerability when I thought 6 was too much. So I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing in during this mechanic. I'm guessing that I'm supposed to take the shield here. But it feels like the damage is all the same. $200,000. I was supposed to have the shield for that attack, specifically. To me, it seems like a lot of random chances involved, but I'm not sure. $200,000 damage. So I was supposed to have a shield for that somehow. Or rather the shield barrier thing. Hey Mail! Oh, you've tried Byakko Extreme. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. When I believe when they added the Byakko weapons, it gave a lot, like they were worth a lot. Well, when they added the crafted Byakko weapons, I randomly discovered, because my party of 3 died, that I could solo Byakko Extreme because I didn't die. And that was a funny discovery. We could also do some of those. You need a second tank invuln. Do you need an invuln? I feel like, as I recall, the thing that really murders you if you don't have like a second person to take the hit just does a huge amount of damage, but doesn't outright kill you. You might not need the invuln when I think about it. But I can't remember whether I used it. You cannot... I don't believe you can do Byakko Extreme with a level 80. I'm pretty sure you need to be level 90 to solo it at least. I think this will be the last try on O3S. It's really weird, this I don't think I was fast enough. I think I'm dead. Somehow not. Yeah, I think we'll go and try O4S after this one, just to explore the possibilities. This one just feels too unreliable that even if someone was capable of soloing it, there would never ever be a reason to do so, because it's just like, even if there was a reward, it would be too inconsistent to be able to be farmable in any capacity. Okay, finally we got that position correctly. Ah, right, so the slam does hit so hard that you need that many cooldowns. I see. That makes sense, Mail. That is a good research. We would also go and try that after this, if you guys want to see that. Though I guess Mail has already seen it yourself, right? Given you did it. I have taken a look at doing the Four Lords Extreme solo with Byakko, of course, being possible, and I came to the conclusion that it's very likely that Suzaku is not possible. I can't imagine how it would be possible, basically. And Seiryu, you would need an astronomically large DPS to be able to skip a specific mechanic, I think. Otherwise you can't do it. Because you need, I believe you need 4 players. I really don't understand this. Oh, it does increasingly more damage with pommel or what? I have no idea how that works. It says, it's the physical vulnerab that normally kills you, but with Thrill of Battle, Shake It Off, Rampart, and Bloodwetting, it took about 90% of my health off. Why not Vengeance? But yeah, that sounds doable. You say Suzaku is soloable since her DDR phase matches the number of players in the battle, but the adds require tank invuln. Don't the adds buff each other if they're close together? I'm pretty sure that there's gonna be 4 adds, and the best you can do is like summon maybe one or two beforehand, but 2 is enough. Like if they're within a certain distance of each other, they give each other an absolutely insanely large buff. That's why I'm a little unsure whether you would be able to solo Suzaku. And hey Will, how are you doing? Do the adds just explode and disappear? Or do you then like just let all of them spawn, get to you, and then just make sure that their corpse when they explode is somewhere where they don't get reignited? Yeah, I don't think this boss is happening, especially not when there's like, it feels like that ad with the pommel. Did you guys see it? It did like 2,000, 4,000, 10,000, 4,000, 200,000 damage. It's completely inconsistent. But yeah, that's O3S is soloable, the one that I just tried. It can be done. But it appears that there's a lot of weird, janky mechanics that you have to find a way past. And for me to figure that out, I don't think I'm gonna get it in just this one stream. So I'd rather we check multiple things and try out, because I think that's more fun to watch than just me banging my head at the same fight for 3 hours, or 2.5 hours. We did beat Alte Roite though. Should we check that Suzaku thing? We could just do that. We could just try that. No, Byakko is always fun to watch someone attempt. Fair enough. We can try that after. We can also try O4S.
Tenzin, 'tis I! Sheathe your sword, I beg of you!
We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna keep the dashes just to help myself with a little bit of extra damage.
You gave me the strength to rise from the ashes.
I didn't want to use Primal Rend anyway. That's okay, Suzaku. I'll wait. Suzy Q, the thirsty person. True. All she ever wanted was to... You know. Yep, they certainly have to kill themselves, because I can't do it. And I used it way too early. I expected them to just blow up out of nowhere. I didn't realize it had a cast time, so I just used Holmgang preemptively. But now I know. Bojack says, I remember trying this fight. Yeah, we did this fight Sunday with the Freak Company, that's correct. And yeah, Mama Bird gets to wear the dress.
Tenzin, 'tis I! Sheathe your sword, I beg of you!
And yeah, it says, if she finished that sentence, Final Fantasy XIV would have to change its rating to M. That is very true.
From the ashes.
Or maybe it's something else she wants. Maybe all she ever wanted was to invite Tenzin to like a book club or something. Alright. And next step on the list. No. What she wanted was behind closed doors. Okay, now. Now that's a lot of damage. Ouchies. So which one do I get, Suzaku? Which one is it?
I could not bear to lose you again.
That one. Excellent. That is some good science, Mail. Very good suggestion with the Holmgang. I actually assumed that you would just get killed, you know, the kind of mechanic where it just goes, nope, you messed it up, and just fade to black. And Sunday we discovered that you don't need a full 8 for the DDR mechanic either. Yeah, now it's just the heavy cooldowns for the kicks, that's true. You know, in Shadowbringers, this fight was one tankable. It's just that whenever she put the tank buster on you, she could kill you in 2 hits. Sometimes she would do 2 hits, sometimes she wouldn't. Mesmerizing melody is go forward, yeah? No?
All I ever wanted was for you and I to...
It was a mobility thing, or a move thing, because I dodged it with inner release.
Why do you do this?
Ow, 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 ow. Ow. Okay, that's manageable though. It's only 30,000 per hit. Wow. Ow. Ow. Oh, whoops, I messed up my combo there. That mechanic is always so brutal. Okay, now it comes. I can't remember if it's pull in or pull out. That's pull in, okay. She actually hits really decent damage. Even without the tank buster, what? Okay. I understood it correctly. Now the question is whether I respected it enough. Uh-oh. Now here's the pro tip. You're supposed to keep the defensive cooldown for the punches after the kick.
Hearken to my melody.
Oh, get out. Nice double. And it starts with black. I have a feeling that because I'm so concentrated on the mechanics of the boss that I'm gonna miss out on the DPS check. Ah, she just barely managed to sneak in one final punch. Oh dear. That is a knockback, isn't it? Ow.
Hearken to my melody.
Ah, this again? I don't enjoy this, Suzaku. Not this mechanic. It's not funny. I don't like it. Can we do something different than that?
Do not fight it, my love. Let me into your heart.
I hope I metered it correctly. I just barely managed. That's brutal. Wow. We just reached the part in the fight where she's just gonna do the thing. This thing while tons of other stuff is happening on top of it? Okay, sure. Sure, why not? think she's starting to have had enough of me. Knock back again. I don't think I have enough to deal with another tank buster. So if she just chooses to do that, we're toast. Oh, there it is! Home gang! Save me, home gang! Ugh. I believe that was 1 HP for just a moment.
It must be thus. Then I'm... It is you.
Does she not have an enrage? Does she just keep going?
Hearken to my melody.
Yeah, I'm a bit like, when is she gonna finish? Oh. Fair enough. I'm not sure how I'm not sure why she bothered to use Southern Star on top of that. Okay, so she was at like 2% health, right? This can totally be done. If, for instance, I had a food buff. And it could probably also help if I use like a buff potion right at the start. If we do that and then don't die, then it should be possible, I think.
Tenzin, 'tis I! Sheathe your sword, I beg of you! You gave me the strength to
Should
rise
probably
from
use
the
Primal
ashes.
Rend first. I think it got in there. I'm guessing it's gonna be this one. Mel says, I think her attack Close Quarter Crescendo is still my favorite name for any enemy attack in the game. That's a really cool name for an attack, yeah.
Trust in me, my love. I will protect you, I promise.
I just noticed that she actually finishes that whole animation by saying, I never showed you my true form, did I?
If only you would listen.
I feel like that's a big mess up on your part, Suzaku. That you forgot that part about maybe showing what you look like when you're not in Phoenix mode. I believe we can ignore this because of inner release. Yes.
All I ever wanted was for you and I to... Why do you do this? Hearken to my melody.
Twice. Exactly, I didn't pop a strength potion in the first try.
Do not fight it, my love. Let me into your heart.
What was it Close Quarter Crescendo actually did? Oh right, that.
Hearken to my melody.
So you might be wondering why I'm just eating it with this much damage per punch and I have Vengeance available, but basically if I use everything immediately, then I won't have anything for the next time. Let's see. Move now. Move now. Move back. Move. Move back.
Ah! She snuck in a punch before my defensive cooldown counted. That's painful. Oh no! I forgot that I had inner release, so I had to move into place. Hopefully this damage down isn't too brutal.
Hearken to my melody.
So I should hold back on spending resources while I have that. Where are you? Okay, we're starting this way, right? No.
Do not fight it, my love. Let me into your heart.
Oh, yes, I got it correctly. That mechanic is cruel. So hard with so many things at once. We're really close to death, but I literally have to just hold on and hope for a little bit.
All I ever wanted was for you and I to... Then it must be us. And I'm glad.
I believe this is the final Phantom Flurry. Punch to the face for the finish. There we go. What was that? Third try? Was it third or fourth try? That went really well. See, what did you guys talk about? Mel says, if you didn't pop a potion in that last attempt, I bet that might have been those last few percent. That was second. Right, if we don't include the attempt where it just immediately exploded right at the start. And Boxic says, maybe the guy liked the Mama Bird, but let's say it was a step too close to dangerous terrain that starts with... Yeah. So it's Suzaku's fault for not showing that to the subject. Yeah, so he's showing to the man. Yeah, the best combo, absolutely. The hardest part, I would say, like, keep in mind that the close quarter crescendo thing, imagine that with 8 players. Not that it affects everyone in some specific way, more that with 8 players trying to beat the boss in Stormblood, you need the 8 players for the DPS check. So if one person messes it up, you're in trouble. I remember in Shadowbringers, I was making callouts for my friends on voice comms to tell them where to move to and when with the exploding tiles. So it's really, really hard. Now, should we do Byakko next? I feel like that's a good place to continue on. Either way, I just have to be right back real quick. Alright, I'm back. And Pokeshak says, big small dragon punch in the beak to Mama Bird. Yeah, exactly. I conveniently managed to finish an upheaval, which, as you know, is a punch to the face. And Mail says, now solo O12S. I don't know if it can be done. I don't know. I don't think so, because you need to, like, there's a mechanic with the 2 bosses at the start where they have to be kept apart. Well, there's a 50% chance that you need to keep them apart. And if you roll that you have to keep them apart, then you lose automatically, immediately. So that would just be the start. But maybe if that goes well, it might be possible to do the rest of the fight solo. Don't know about phase 2 though. And then Mail says, for Byakko, you need to be cautious with his tank buster. He stuns you, picks you up, and then space dunks you into the ground. So you need to pop cooldowns at the last second. But yeah, I do remember that. He hits pretty hard. So we need to plan around it. Now the question is how many cooldowns we need. It's better to be a little bit like holding back a little bit just to see how much damage he does. Because we just need to survive long enough that we can hit him back and heal. Let's try. State of shock. Okay. That should kill me then. Yes. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that I should use Holmgang after he smacks down the first time, because otherwise it's gonna run out before the second time. So I don't have to react much to the state of shock attack itself. I have to react immediately after that. See, now I'm spamming Holmgang preemptively. That timing worries me a bit. Oh, that's a team mechanic. I don't need to worry about that. Maybe I should have worried about running through him, though. It's just one bone stack, but that could mean that I will die next time he tosses me. Oh. Yeah, it makes good sense to mostly ignore the tiger. I believe the only thing it does to attack it is to reduce its health, so that its AoE mechanic at the end will do less damage. But it's gonna do it anyway, so... So now we attack it just because there's nothing else. And I do believe we can ignore these as well. I don't think we have to deal with those. Oh, it heals him. Awesome. Excellent. How much damage does it do though?
All creation trembles before my might. Behold, fury given forth.
Ah, I should have just built up gauge. Okay. I'm very uncertain what purpose the tiger intermission does. Like, what it actually does for me to attack it.
My wrath is a ceaseless.
So I felt like I should attack it to be on the safe side. Huh. That's funny. If I just stick to the outer perimeter like this, then I can know for certain that the centers always clean. Oh, okay, now he shoots 4. I just noticed that at the start he was tracking me, so I thought that was how it was gonna be. Now I think he's tracking me again.
No!
content. Bonk.
To ashes with you.
How much damage is that? Wow, yeah, yeah, I would say that is quite impressive, that you shoot like a earth-destroying laser beam at me and nothing happens. I impressed myself there, Byakko, I have to say.
Lightning says. Steel yourself.
I think I might have used my defensive too soon.
You're mine.
All we can do is hope and pray that it isn't too much, and then I'll spam heal. Nope, 197,000, I should have used another one. So I didn't realize that in the second phase he takes like a moment longer to do the second grab. I assumed that I had like one OGSD's worth of time, but I clearly had a lot more. Mail says, I recall his busters should go invuln cooldowns. Okay. And after the fault, you should be getting close to enrage, and I'm pretty sure you ignore the tiger since you need to keep full uptime on the boss. Could be wrong, but I don't think that beam attack of his does a ton of damage. And just attack the tiger there to build up gauge and heal. I think now that I know how long we have, so what I need to do is like use something like Rampart just before State of Shock happens, and then like Vengeance and Reprisal. I could probably use Bloodwetting too as a shield together with Rampart, because that shield lasts 20 seconds. But then I should use Bloodwetting first, because the shield is significantly less important for survival. But since we haven't seen Enrage yet, there's no need to use potions. It's only when it's the Enrage that is keeping you that you need to use potions.
There is no turning back.
And I say need to use potions. And here we do nothing. And then we wait to get ready to. It's really, really scary that it is that close. Like, it reminds me of when I was trying Chaos. The first time he does the attack that straight up just kills you. He intentionally misses it by a fraction of a second. Oh, now I got 2 bone stacks. I shouldn't have done that. Well, he's not gonna toss me again, so there's not really anything scary to deal with. I think it's really funny how they make mechanics that hit for so much damage that when the content was live, the attack would have killed you 10 times over on its own, just to be absolutely sure that you died and couldn't cheese it. any other way. I think that's really funny to think about. And now we just build. Well, I'm not gonna get to build very much. But just enough. Oh, 37,000, right, okay, so the reason I didn't notice was because while it did absolutely raid wiping damage, it's just not enough damage. So I did do that mechanic completely wrong in this case. It's just that the punishment for doing so is completely negligible. Thrill, shake it off, blood wedding will give a beefy shield. That is a good suggestion. Shake it off will end just before the second punch is gonna land though, so the shield won't help there. It'll help a little bit for the first hit. I wonder if we can ensure that the shake it off is spent first by casting it first. Superhero landing!
To ashes with you!
He uses inner release, do you see it?
Impressive! Very well, I shall bring all to bear! Lightning shift! Still yourself!
I think this is gonna be good. Shake it off, ended there, and blood wedding is already gone. What? Wait a minute, did we not get the debuff, guys? I think we dodged the debuff. And then I promptly got myself smacked because I was too distracted by the weird fact I just discovered. That was a good suggestion, Mail. We might not need to use vengeance at all, or reprisal for that matter. The reason why I'm making a point to dodge anyway is simply because I imagine getting hit by the laser will also give me a vuln stack and will probably hit harder than the orb itself. Because there's no point in taking the laser instead of an orb, is what I'm thinking. That tiger is a spammy boy. Okay, so I need to not use equilibrium specifically so that I have it in case of needing to use home gang. Like, if home gang is on the table, then you need to always bring bring equilibrium, otherwise you just die from the first hit that follows. Hey Ralo, how are you doing? Now we try a little bit of science. Just a little bit. Okay, he hit me through it. Is he doing it immediately again? Is that how it's gonna be? Okay, he's not. Excellent. And fell cleave. Thank you, warrior. That was a really good suggestion, Mail. We also discovered that if you once again. This weird fun fact about a lot of mechanics in Final Fantasy XIV is if the attack does 0 damage to you, then none of its side effects apply. That means debuffs, knockback, and so on will just be completely negated if it did damage, and it didn't manage to do that. Like if it doesn't connect. It's really weird fact, but it's really helpful for soloing content. And Rallo says nothing much when playing Overwatch 2 and Warframe. Oh, okay. Glad to hear you're having fun. So far we've cleared Alte, Roite and Suzaku and Byakko. We haven't gone further in Omega because we discovered that O2S cannot be soloed. It just can't. It might be doable with 2 tanks, but not with just 1 player. You can't do it, you need to tank switch. And O3S can be done. It can be done, but you need to use like Sage. And you need to do some weird tricks. We didn't manage to kill it simply because there were so many random things, like random factors, that I deemed that it would be more entertaining to do literally anything but that fight. And Mail has been really good with boss suggestions here. Or tips for each boss too. Also, I'm just gonna address, Rallo, you asked Tuesday if we can solo E4S with Paladin. I can say right now that we will not be able to meet the DPS check. Like, it is simply not gonna happen. We can solo E4 normal, but the Savage version, we don't have enough damage to do it. I don't even need to test. It doesn't even matter whether we can survive the boss mechanics, because we won't be able to meet the DPS check. Because it's a level 80 encounter. But I know that we can do it on normal. It's just extremely time consuming. I believe I did it in like
17 minutes or something some months ago. I think it does feature. I think it might feature in a video I made just randomly. Or maybe that's when I used the Seiryu attempt where I didn't manage to clear it, so it was fine that it didn't feature in the whole video anyway. Now the reason why it is not possible to solo Seiryu is because some late part of his second phase, he has a mechanic that requires 4 players to do. And normally with these kinds of mechanics, you're like, it's fine. If I just take one of them, then the 3 of them will hit me hard, but I'll probably survive. Except, if I understood it correctly, they give the magic vuln up, each of them. Which means that if you get hit by 2 of them, you would immediately wipe if you were synced. We could try and see if it can be done with Holmgang. On Byakko here, we survived a mechanic that is lethal 3 times, no problem, by clever use of defensive cooldowns and Holmgang, based on Mail's suggestions. So it might be possible. It might be possible. Let's try. Actually, now I want to see if it can be done. I only tried. I think I only tried like once. And because I got so far the first try, I wasn't super compelled to give it another go. We also did this fight a few times on stream Sunday. If I remember correctly, he's a mechanic with a yin-yang symbol and a dragon, and the dragon means donut AoE and the yin-yang means get out. Water resist down. The only reason to respect that mechanic is that we don't want a bunch of vuln stacks. This mechanic also hits incredibly hard. But only on everyone else, I guess. Ah, that was a terrible timing to use in a release. It's gonna run out. The only saving grace on that is that I'll possibly have Primal Rend. Or maybe I'll just have so much time where I can't attack anything anyway. This is a DPS check, by the way. Sort of, I think. Did those mobs just kill themselves? We got it. Rado says, I know you can solo the train boss on Savage. I believe you can solo O4S possibly as well. And you might. I'm not sure how it's gonna work, but there might be a possible way to solo Kefka O8S. But I'm not 100% sure.
Where are the snaky boys? They're over there. I could probably just have ignored that mechanic entirely and just used my dash in to cancel the push. But we're just doing a little bit of research right now. See whether it's possible.
None can match my might. Flesh of my flesh. Show them their folly.
Oh, that was a really, really strong knockback. Ow! So I would need to use Holmgang on that. I'm going to say maybe not. And give it a shot where I'm respecting the snake mechanic. Instead of just ignoring it.
If I must forsake myself to keep mine own, then so be it.
And now the question is whether we should use inner release there at that awkward timing where he just disappears, just to have the primal rend. Or if it is better to keep it, because we've got a whole inner release at the end anyway. Let me see if I can ignore this. I can probably ignore this.
Beg not for mercy.
Well, this is peak gaming. Thank you. Let's disrespect the boss. Like a boss. Okay, this time apparently I was a fraction of a second slower on using inner release in the opener, so it wasn't even available to use. How much damage do you do if I don't do anything? It's a bit painful, but manageable. How about those cleaves? If I can survive those without doing anything, then it'll... You wish to game like me someday? How do you mean? I'm sure you're good at the game, if that's what you mean. It's just a matter of just playing a lot if that is what you're referencing.
Impudent mortals. Grant me the strength to smite mine enemies.
Imagine if you could skip the cutscene. Then again, that would mean my cooldowns wouldn't be ready.
Stubborn fools. This is far from over. Tremble before true power.
Okay, it seems like I can still react to the push if I'm just near the center at the very least.
fight. Flesh of my flesh! Show them their folly!
There we go again with the gimmicks. Because I didn't take any damage from the first laser, the second I didn't get the debuff, so the second follow-up hit didn't do anything either. I think. Or maybe what made it do so much damage was because I was out in the water. That's also a possibility. And the reason why I'm respecting the mechanic that does nearly no damage, but gives a Volt stack, is entirely because of the Volt stack, of course. He does that attack regularly enough now that if I just ignore it, then he'll just slowly rack up stacks on me. And suddenly we won't be able to deal with the mechanics coming up. This was the mechanic that I died to when I went here alone. Apparently it isn't lethal, but I'm pretty sure this follow-up attack is. Yep, I got the magic bone there. Okay. So we discovered that I need to use Home Gang on the laser that follows. Alright. Let's try that then. More science. By the way, Luwil, how's you were leveling. Your plan was to level up all jobs to max, right? How's that been going? Curse.
Tremble before true power.
Ow. This information is very exciting. Don't even have to do anything. We'll use this as an opportunity to get a little bit of extra beast gauge. And there we go.
Impudent mortals. Grant me the strength to smite mine enemies. This is far from over. Tremble before true power.
Ralu asks, which tank has the worst invulnerability in the game, in your opinion? That's an interesting discussion. I remember on my recent video, that has been up for debate a little bit, in like from multiple different perspectives. Because technically, the Paladin invuln is the strongest. It's just that in context, there's almost never a time where you need the ultimateness of the Paladin invuln. And the cost of the Paladin's invuln being 7 minutes of cooldown is simply far too long. So, on the completely from that perspective, the warrior's invuln should be the best one. It's just that in a raid team, you pretty much never need an invuln every 4 minutes, which does mean, as Pokeshak says, I actually think that yeah, now that Dark Knight has gotten their invuln buffed, the Dark Knight limit break might be the best one. And I know your question was which one was the worst one. And I'll just start by saying I think the Dark Knight's one is the best one. And Warrior's limit break is similar in effect to the to that. So now we try Home Gang. We're alive. We did it. We did the science. Now the question is he gonna do this mechanic again within 4 minutes? And if he is, then we're dead. Did he just use the same mechanic back to back? Why? But I think, based on that, I think the worst limit break, the worst. Oh dear! I decided to deal with 2 mechanics at the same time, and managed to resolve neither of them as a result. Now it's getting a little crazy in here. But yeah, I would say that while Paladin's invuln should be one of the best, just because it is too strong at what it does, and you simply don't need that, the cost of its cooldown being as long as it is, makes it the worst by default. To answer your question, Ralu. There's hope. Maybe we can have an invuln again for the next time that he does that mechanic. Now he does this again. He really likes to do certain mechanics back to back, huh? Uh-oh. Let's think for a moment. I should have kept Vengeance specifically for that mechanic, and then I should use Shake It Off and Bloodwetting for that every time, because I need a shield big enough that it cancels his magic vuln debuff, otherwise I die. But it might be doable. It all comes down to how close I was to the enrage. But it's really brutal with those kinds of mechanics where you need to match the shields perfectly like that. And then we ignore this. Yeah, Pokecheck says Gunbreakers invuln for the memes. Wouldn't that make Gunbreakers invuln the best invuln then? Because it has memes. It has the power of memes. This reminds me of years ago when I raided in World of Warcraft. There was the final boss of Mists of Pandaria, Garrosh Hellscream, had a mechanic or a part in the fight that was so difficult to deal with that people would rather avoid the mechanic entirely. But people discovered that if you just didn't do anything in the mechanic, it would just make the follow-up mechanic a bit harder. So that meant that this mechanic that was like an intermission of up to 1 minute, what you would do is the intermission would start and then you would just stand up against the wall in the room you got teleported to. Like this. Just stand like this and just hang out. 10, 25 people just sitting there and waiting. You can just imagine like elevator music. Because it was the easiest way to deal with that mechanic. And you might think, why not just do the mechanic? Well, the thing is that the mechanic happened like 10 minutes into a 15-minute long fight. So people weren't super inclined to learn that mechanic if it was possible to ignore it. Which I can imagine a lot of people can agree with. Like, would you want to learn a mechanic and like, if you didn't have to learn a mechanic 10 minutes into an extremely brutally difficult fight, wouldn't it just be easier to not learn it? And Pokecheck says, I don't like Seiryu. Fair enough. But can you stand against his... Can you match his might? Might you be able to match his might? I really like the boss fight music though. It's really good.
I must have more! Oh, rabbit armor! You know where to run!
The snake and water crashes your PC. Oh, that's the worst. I heard this weird story about someone that played
It's upon yourself!
Final Fantasy XIV back in Heavensward on a PlayStation 3? Question mark. Okay, I need to concentrate on this. He did it on a PlayStation 3, and he discovered that the second boss in the final raid, the final alliance raid, would just consistently crash the game on a PlayStation 3, unless you zoomed the camera all the way in and looked down. So like this. Just play it like this. Good luck. I don't recommend it. Oh, that's not good. I don't want Vuln stacks right about now. Can we get rid of the Vuln stacks? And can I simultaneously have blood wetting up? Because I feel like the lethal mechanic that killed me earlier is coming out very soon. Oh, dodge.
Bless us, my bless! Show them their folly!
Huh. Let me just check something. I think maybe the first time he casts it, it doesn't actually apply magic vulnerability at all. That's my best guess. So what we'll need to do on that second one is bigger shield and more defensive cooldowns. It might be possible, we might be able to do it. So the way I need to do it is, as he fires, that is when I should be using Shake It Off and Bloodwetting and everything. Like, specifically Shake It Off and Bloodwetting needs to come out after the first laser so that the shields can help me as much as they can possibly manage. It might still be possible. I believe it's just a little annoying that it takes so long to get to the part we die at.
If I must forsake myself to keep my oath, then so be it.
But now that we know that it works like that, we take that into consideration.
You know where to run.
So it did, with Vengeance and Reprisal, it did 226,000 damage. I don't know how many of, like how much of Bloodwetting was still up when it resolved. But if we can make sure that all of Bloodwetting is up when it resolves, then there is a better chance that we'll survive. I don't believe Holmgang is available at that time, which is the reason why we're doing it this way. Oh, I made that mistake again. Oh, it's fine. Dr. says, it's like the jump Simon says mechanic of the... Which boss do you mean, Pokeshack? And yeah, Mail, we did beat Byakko. I believe we got it on the last attempt where you set stuff in. Oh, Protocarbonal, right. Right. That was the one you meant. It's like the... Yeah, exactly. It's like the jump mechanic on that one. Where it's brutal because you need to fight the boss for a good, like, 5 minutes or so before you get to practice that specific, incredibly annoying mechanic. Yeah, we did beat the Byakko Mail.
Impudent mortals.
And you're watching at work. Fair enough. As long as I don't distract you too hard from your work.
Grant me the strength to smite mine enemies.
Duel says, joke's on you. How? How is the joke on me? I'm always distracted. You see, you can't be distracted if you weren't focusing in the first place, yeah? Smart. You can't break my focus if I never focused in the first place. It's really strange. This first time it hardly does any damage. And then... Oh, now I get it. Now I get it. He uses the stack marker, the line AoE, and it doesn't really do much. Then he goes over and gets this blazing Aramitama buff. And now his mechanic is super dangerous. Like now it will kill. So the first time I probably didn't even have to use any defensive cooldowns in the first place. I have seen your question, Luel. I'm just I think it's easier for me to answer in between tries, so I'll respond to that question after we wipe or kill the boss. Maybe I'll find a moment in between. It's just so many mechanics where he's mean with surprise mechanics. Ow. Well, it targets the two healers and requires light parties. Right. That makes very good sense. Now the question is whether I can survive it now that I know that I need to use every single cooldown in my arsenal and then attempt to survive it. And that I can't cheese it. I genuinely thought that the magic ball didn't appear because it took 0 damage. I didn't take I did take 0 damage from the first hit on the one that killed me before. It's just that's not why I took 0 damage. Or that's not the reason why I didn't get the magic bone debuff before. I wonder. Okay, so I discovered earlier that I can get away with a bloodwetting here and still have it. The mechanic I need in a moment. And the reason why it's so important to figure out whether we can survive this extra stack marker is simply because if we can survive it, then we can get around to another home gang. The toothpaste monster in the background. He's my friend. Toothpaste monster. 10 out of 10 doctors don't recommend fighting toothpaste monsters. Uh-oh. $210,000. Okay, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. That's like 30,000 too much, Seiryu. You're being a little bit difficult to work with here. It's not happening. 210,000 with every single cooldown that I had. Holmgang wasn't ready, was it? Let me just check the footage back real quick. Yeah, it wasn't ready. That is the only way it can be done with Holmgang. It's simply too much damage. Maybe when we have... Yeah, exactly. We needed like 40 seconds more. Okay, so let's see. Mail says, this was the fight that made Yoshi P decide to get rid of transition cutscenes. Really? Did he say that? I understand why he wouldn't do that. Like, why he would get rid of those. Or at the very least, that they would be less common in fights where there isn't a checkpoint after the transition cutscene. Because it's just a full minute where you're just watching the cutscene for, you know, the 30th or 40th or 50th time. It's a little bit brutal. And Mail says, I was able to get up, go to the kitchen, grab a drink, and make it back before the fight resumed. Ah yes, guys, watch. The Seiryu cutscene begins. Now it's time to do your homework, cook dinner, eat it, go for a walk, come back, and now he is done. Alright, and Luel says, Kaitsu, how do I get ultralight tomestones? And is having those the only way to buy item level 620 weapons? Yes, it is the only way to buy the 620 weapons. I believe... Let me just check to be sure. Okay, so there are two ways to get ultralight tomestones. There are two ways. The first one, which is the one that doesn't require you to do Savage content. I'll show you. So, obviously, Pokeshack, this is an endgame zone, but without any context, I'm sure it doesn't really spoil you that much. So, let me see. I believe it's this one. I actually think it's all of them. Yeah, so, Luel, since I imagine you've done the newest raid on normal, you'll know that this NPC specifically is the one that you exchange the tokens from the raid to get 610 equipment. But if you scroll down all the way to the bottom, you can see Ultralight Tombstone for the low price of 7 Unsung Blades of Abyssos. Now, how do you get an Unsung Blade of Abyssos? You need to do Abyssos the 8th circle. Every clear will give you a blade. However, there's a weekly lockout on Abyssos the 8th circle. And that will be the case at least for the next like 3 months, if not the next like 6 months or so. Ish, maybe 5 months. And that means you can only get one of those Unsung Blades of Abyssos. Just checking, Lowell, can you... Oh, you are here, good. You're allowed to cry. Yes, you need to do this for 7 weeks. Now, here's a very, very important fact, Lowell. Normally, when the alliance raid that matches the current raid tier is released, they reduce this number to 4. Which you can see reflected in the Asphodelos version called the Discal Tomestones, which only require 4 of the Unsung Blades. So that means that in less time, they will reduce the amount of blades you need to 4. Now, when is that coming? So, the release cycle of a raid tier is that, you know, when the patch releases, boom, you have the raid and everything. Around 4 months later, if not 4 months exactly, the dev team on Final Fantasy XIV is extremely precise on this stuff. They said at the start of Endwalker that they were going to make the patch cycle 4 months instead of 3, and they've held that exactly. Like, we're talking... Asphodelos came out like late December. Like, we're talking right after, like right around New Year, I think, if not right after New Year, something like that. Just around then. And Abyssos came out, you know, around August, which is 8 months later. So that would mean that around December we should expect the second part of the current Alliance raid to come out. And that will also match the time where you will be able to upgrade crafted gear to 620, and it will match the time where this Ultralight Tombstone will drop down to cost 4 blades. So my advice would be, even if you get 7 blades, 7 blades will take you 7 weeks to farm, and 7 weeks would be like 50 days. So it'll be like, you'll be able to buy this Ultralight Tombstone like 1 week before they reduce the cost to 4. So if you just wait an extra week, you'll be able to buy 2 of them if you want. So my advice, Lowell, if you choose to go this path, is don't buy it until it says 4, right? You'll probably have forgotten by the time it says 4, but if you manage to remember, then keep that in mind. Now, there is another way to get an ultralight tombstone, but the bad news are that to get that ultralight tombstone, you have to open your duty finder, click on high-end duty, and then you have to beat the 5th circle, and then beat the 6th circle. It will drop an ultralight tombstone, like just flat out drop the tombstone itself, not this blade nonsense where you have to collect them. It will literally drop the item you need immediately. And in case you're wondering how you make those weapons into 630 weapons, I believe the 7th circle drops that, which appears here. The Moonshine Brine. The Moonshine Brine. So, let me just continue down the conversation. Mail says, yeah, after he gets the buff, those stack markers are meant to be taken. Yeah, I covered that. And then there's the toothpaste monster. And Pokejack says he just wants to high-five with you. And yeah, Pokejack, it turned out that it didn't matter how much damage I took, because apparently the magic debuff was related to the buff that Seiryu applies to himself, that Mail mentioned, and has nothing to do with what I did. It's a fair mistake to make, apparently, like, after all, we discovered that the tank buster debuff from Byakko doesn't apply if you block the entire hit. Weirdly enough. And Mail says, you'd think that using Vengeance, Thrill of Battle, Shake It Off, Bloodwetting, and Rampart, and Reprisal would be enough. Like, I used every cool. I do believe I even used Equilibrium just to make sure I had 100% of my health bar, and I still died. Which is why I just immediately gave up, because I had nothing left. I had tried everything. And Mail's suggestion, Lowell, is also a good one. The newest trial that is in the game right now, as Mail says, Bob EX, to be a little vague on the name for Pokeshack's sake, drops, the extreme version drops 615 weapons, which is very close in power to the power of the 620 weapons, so you would probably be fine with that for a long time. And also, unless you're planning to do Savage Raiding, whether you have a 615 or a 620 weapon, I don't think you're gonna notice. Like, the vast majority of content you might do, you're probably gonna do synced, and you're gonna get synced down. Especially if you're leveling new jobs, then this makes no difference. You will be okay, but I do understand how it feels to just be stuck and unable to progress any further, because, like, in your item level, it is a way to feel like you're getting stronger, right? Because you're literally getting stronger. Lord says, so for the meantime, should I just, like, slot in some materia on my gear that isn't best in slot? Because I don't feel like doing that. Lowell, the price of materia is so low, in my opinion, with 40 million gil, remember, is so low that I would meld materia into any gear that I plan to use for more than a week. More than a week. The reason for that is because I did a test back at the start of Endwalker and discovered that if I took the gear as I had at the time and did Stone Sky Sea, is it Stone Sea Sky? You know what I mean. The striking dummies with the timer. I would do some damage, right? And then immediately after, I melded the entire armor set that I had. I didn't do anything else. I didn't replace any gear. I just melded it. And I promptly killed the dummy. I believe it was like 8% faster. Maybe it was 4% or 5% faster, but even if it was 5%, that's 5% faster. There's multiple reasons for that. First of all, if the extra pace that the materia granted made sure that I finished the striking dummy before I had like a downtime, like Warrior was the job I tested with because they have the smallest margin of randomness. Like, they do the most consistent damage in the game. So it was least likely that I was beating it faster because of luck. And the Warrior has a peak every minute, and it's like, it's one of the highest peaks relative to the damage you're going to do across a fight compared to all other jobs. Like, Warrior does very, very low damage outside of Inner Release and Infuriate and stuff like that. Like, it's almost like you're just there. Which means that if the striking dummy dies around shortly after the 2-minute mark, like the final Inner Release, it's going to die way sooner than if it survives that onslaught. But the point is, and this is what really matters here, just putting materia into my gear made a tangible, significant difference in how strong my character was. So if you're stuck with gear for more than a week, then I think that you would prefer to meld it. Like, you would like enjoy it more,
especially if you're playing a job that is like speed reliant, is like in particular Black Mage. If you're playing Black Mage, then it's gonna feel like a completely different universe having melded extra spell speed into your gear. And let me just continue down the list a little bit more. Poker says, when I got to your stream, I was in the Gunbreak level 68 mission, and I just realized that Radovan and the Rabbit have been in the cold of Ishgard for about 2.5 hours. Oops. Oops. Mel says, the producer live letter is part of the 14-hour stream tomorrow, 9:30 p.m. PST, I believe. When's that? Oh boy. I love getting up at 6 in the morning to watch a live stream. I mean, I think Pokeshak has done that. Or rather been up until 3 in the morning for a live stream recently. Sunday, right? It will discuss patch 625. Maybe I'll, if I find something particularly juicy, I'll probably leave like a community post summarizing the interesting highlights of the live letter. I'm not gonna make a video about the live letter. Last time when I made a community post about the live letter, I had to edit it like 3 times because I misread things. Imagine if I made a video and I had mistakes in it. And I would feel like I had to hurry, because if I wait days, then it's, you know, everyone knows. Or it's no longer interesting, right? So it would just be a lot of effort for what feels like it's better served with a message in this case. And Lua says, I'm going to backflip, but I don't know how to backflip. Dragoon moment. I got the voice of Minfilia with that cough. It's my cough and Minfilia's cough. It's our cough. And Lowell says, you inspired me to play Summoner. I got it to 90. I'd like to meld the gear on that job. In that case, Lowell, there's another question to that. Because Summoner is capable of playing 2 different builds. The recommended build is to go for crit and not heavy spell speed. But you can play spell speed like a Black Mage. I tried both. I have to say that I personally enjoy the crit build way more. Bigger numbers, and the rotation doesn't feel as rushed. Things line up better. Like big numbers. And if you like the crit build, then there are a few tips to take note of. So, the first thing is, and I'm just gonna give you the quick rundown, Duel, because while my summoner guide should be rather up to date, I do believe it says these things already, but over time, people have become able to be extremely specific with what you need. You need a global cooldown, so the recast timer to be somewhere between 245 and 248. I would recommend, if you want a little bit more comfortable, go for 245. The reason is that if it's at 2.50, then it's going to be difficult, if not flat out impossible, to fit that 6th Astral Impulse. Yeah, Astral Impulse
within the Bahamut window, or the Fountain of Fire within the Phoenix window. So you need that 245, 248. You're at 237. Excellent. That's a bit aggressive, but it's fine. I have a feeling I know why you're at 237. If you just have a crafted gear set, then here's a few tips. So, your priority when getting equipment is to check. So you have a full crafted set. I can't remember which pieces have spell speed on them specifically, but your aim is to get rid of some of them, some of the pieces that have spell speed on them. Now, don't throw them out. Don't throw them out if you manage to replace them. Keep them for Black Mage in case you choose to play Black Mage, or you want to make some adjustments. Say you get enough 620 pieces and that somehow results in your spell speed being too low, then you can always, you know, switch in a spell speed piece again later. Now, if I remember correctly, the crafted chest piece has like a stupid large amount of spell speed on it or something like that. Is that correct? So, if you do Abyssos normal and specifically need the unsung armor of Abyssos, then you will, with 4 of those, be able to buy this chest piece, which has crit direct hit on it, which is pretty much what you could ever want on a chest piece. Crit determination, crit direct hit, doesn't really matter. The important part is that there's not spell speed on it. It also looks kinda nice. See this? Has like flames on it. It's not like the tank one where it has a big ring. Not that fancy, but it's nice. And then the next thing I would say is look for other pieces that you can buy that doesn't have spell speed on them to override the pieces that that have spell speed on them. Make sure you stay around 245, 248 on spell speed. You don't want to get completely rid of your spell speed. You just want not very much. And you say everything but the necklace, legs, hands, and head have spell speed. See, that's a lot of spell speed. So, see, yeah, you will have a spell speed ring. That's for certain. You can buy the ring that costs 1 of the tokens that match. The bracelet can also replace. The earring has spell speed on it, unfortunately. And the you can also do, like, as you collect the weekly tomestones, you can replace parts that don't have the right stats and also can't be replaced with Abyssos gear. Or with Abyssos gear, as you can see the boots here. They also have crit direct hit, so they're also good. So that would be my suggestion, Lowell. Oh, I thought for a second they had the same chest piece as me. Identify which gear pieces you're wearing that have spell speed on them. Then locate the NPC where you can exchange these Abyssos normal tokens, which is this unsung relic of Abyssos exchange. You go for the DOM one. You just replace it with summoner here, so you only see the pieces that are relevant for you. And then you take, I don't know, a piece of paper, spreadsheet, notepad, what have you, and jot down which of those pieces can be made better, namely get rid of spell speed, by replacing with these gear pieces. And then when you do your weekly clear of P5 to 8, I recommend doing that. It can save you some money on gear. Try to target the tokens that cover those pieces specifically. And then, secondarily, you check your weekly tomestones And you talk with Gihanti here. Go to this one with the Tomes of Causality, DOM. And then you check in the exact same way here which pieces have the correct stats for you. And then you prioritize replacing the gear pieces you have that have the incorrect stats. Meaning, again, spell speed. And then you buy in that order. Keep in mind that the price, the tombstone price on the gear is actually scaled almost perfectly so that the like the relative stat boost from buying the chest piece or an accessory is the same. Like upgrading 10 item levels on a ring is just as valuable as 375 tombstones, and upgrading your chest piece by 10 item levels is worth 825 tombstones, and we're talking extremely close in value, like almost exactly the same. The only thing where it might differ a tiny bit is that, of course, the armor will have more defense on it, but I don't think anyone ever bothered to look for that. So, you can just focus on buying the pieces with better stats if you want to optimize. And if you want to optimize, remember to meld crit, determination, direct hit. And preferably never spell speed, unless you absolutely have to for some reason to reach the breakpoint that you need. How do I spread that out? The melding? The materia melding, you mean? Oh, it's very simple, really. So, if you have a crafter yourself, it's a little easier to check. Let's take this piece, for instance. So you can see I have these gloves. You can see available materia enhancements. Critical hit is at 165 out of 165, which means if I put a crit materia in it, I can just... I don't think I can showcase it. Okay, I can. You can see if I were to try and overmeld this piece with an extra crit materia, it would give us a grand total of 0 critical hit, because it's capped, right? I go into a little bit more detail with this stuff in my materia melding guide, or materia guide, where I explain pretty much everything there is that you need to know about materia. But the point is that because we're already at the limit, we can't meld critical hit. Now, our first priority when melding is critical hit. If you've ever seen those stat priorities with like critical hit is greater than determination, is greater than or equal to direct hit, and so on, that's what that means, is that you get your equipment, you want your equipment to have a majority of critical hit on it if you can, and then determination is like a fraction of a fraction better than direct hit. Like, we're talking so little difference that you can barely tell. But there is a difference. So it's same, however. So you try to make that happen. Which means that if a gear piece has crit and determination on it, like these pants, then you go and say, can I meld crit into it? No, because it already has maximized crit. Okay, can I meld determination into it? As you can see, that's what I did. But let's say I wanted to overmeld it, so I want to put more materia into it. Then I would try and do that and see that it only gives 7 points of determination. However, if I wanted to overmeld it with direct hit, I get 36 points, which is worth far more than 7 points of determination, because we're at a point where it's like 36 determination is the same as like 36.1 direct hit. It's like almost identical. So basically, when you're melding Lowell, you grab the gear piece, you check, can I fit a full critical hit materia in it? If yes, put that in it. If no, can I fit a full determination materia in it? If yes, you do that. If no,
can I fit a full direct hit materia in it? Probably. That's pretty much how it goes, because you have a priority that involves 3 stats. You will typically only reach the 3rd stat. Either you stop at 1, 2, or 3. It's guaranteed. Because the gear piece itself will only have 2 of the stats on it at all. I hope that answers your question, Lowell. Or do I need to be a little bit more specific? And Pokeshak says, it may take you months, and I will still want to hear your opinion as what happened with the release of 6.2. Ah. But I'm sure you would also like to hear things that are a little bit more useful, I would say. Which is why I'm focusing on making videos that cover new things or specific things. And yeah, exactly, Lowell. You just go down a priority on every piece. There isn't anything like a magic number you need to reach. The only possible thing is if you somehow have a huge overabundance of determination but hardly any directed, then there might be a reason to melt specifically directed. But this tends to happen completely automatically. If you have a super overabundance of determination, it means that pretty much every single gear piece you have says crit determination, which means that you would be melting some directed on some of the pieces anyway. So it's not so complicated. I hope that makes sense. It's the reason why you may want to melt some directed if you have an overabundance of determination is because naturally crit, determination, and directed scale with each other. The more crit you have, the more value you get out of determination and directed, and vice versa. So if you have a particularly low amount of one of them, then getting more of that might be more powerful than getting any of the other ones. Except crit is overpowered, so crit is always best. Pokeshak says, one thing does not take away the other. I may want to hear the news soon, but it does not change that I want to hear the news from you. Aww. I'll try when the next major patch of some sort, either 6.25, well probably 6.25, I'll see if I can put together a video that is somewhat coherent, a bit like the 6.1 one. Because I do remember that you, and not only you, a few people specifically requested what happened to that. It's just that I don't think that I want to make a video on live letters because of how most of it will just be me saying what Yoshi P said, you know? And then he said this. Where I might misunderstand something just as well as I might understand something. So it's easier for me to write what I saw that stood out specifically, and then just adjust that if I misunderstand anything. Well, I'll see what I can do. Also, Luel, I'm glad to hear you enjoy Summoner so much that you decided to play it to the point where you want to meld it. Yeah, it's very nice music. In that case, Lowell, you're probably pretty well balanced. You can see that I have 2222 crit, and about 1600 determination, about 1150 directed. It's more like
if you're like around 500 or 600 direct hit, we're getting to a point where maybe you should add a little bit, but I don't think that's possible. Like, I don't actually think you can have a decent 610 gear set and have that little direct hit. I don't think that's a possibility at all. That is too much. Hehe. Oh look. Hey Mail, we got money. We got a Byakko's main, also known as money. Byakko's money. And let's go to the house and see how much those cost. Yeah, you did good, Lowell. One way you can also save on materia, Lowell, if you want to circumvent that whole buying situation, is you may know of these cracked antho clusters, which let you just exchange them 1-to-1 or any materia of your liking, that is materia grade 10. The primary way people get those is through adventuring, or the easiest, most common way, or not easiest actually, just the most common way to get them is through adventure and need bonuses. You get one for leveling and one for alliance, I believe, and because they're right there, if you get them for free. But I have some friends, really good friends, that do hunt trains for their weekly tombstones, and apparently you get an absurd amount of these antho clusters, like absolutely enormous amounts of antho clusters. I think Mars, which you saw on stream Sunday, our tank, I think he has like over 200 at any one time. That's why he just paid for Lucifer's materia when he needed some. He just said, oh, you need some materia? What do you need? I'll buy them for free and just give them, because he has so many of those antho clusters. Oh, 200,000 gil. Nice. Nice. Very good. You're at 2.44 recast now. That's good enough, Lowell. I think if you're still learning to play the job optimally at level 90, having the slightly faster GCD isn't a problem. It's just like, if you like to play the job at 2.40, that's also okay. The only reason I recommend going slower is because the faster your GCD is, the faster Bahamut becomes ready, and Phoenix. And if your GCD is 247, then 2 minutes into the fight, Bahamut will come out like 2 seconds sooner. He'll come out 118 seconds into the fight if the first one was summoned at 0 seconds. Which is not a problem, it's just that Searing Light will be available 120 seconds into the fight, right? And Energy Drain will come out at 60 and 120, which means that 10 minutes into the fight, it will be displaced by 10 seconds. Unless there's something that prevents you from continuing rotation. If you had a GCD of 237, then maybe his cooldown would be 58 or 57 seconds. And then 10 minutes into the fight, Bahamut probably comes in when there's like a 30-second cooldown on Searing Light, which again isn't a big problem. It's just that the Bahamut part of your rotation is the biggest peak of damage in the rotation, I believe. I think Phoenix was made so that it does the same damage, just spread over more time, because the GCDs just do more damage to compensate for not having Death Flare. Something like that. That was added after I made my guide back in December. So that is not exactly included, but I don't really include the fact that back then Phoenix was a DPS loss compared to Bahamut. Like, Phoenix genuinely did less DPS than Bahamut back in December.
So he reached level 80 and got Phoenix and became weaker. But yeah, it's... Lowell, I want to be super clear, if you don't want to Savage Raid, and you don't care about Extreme Trials, it's not so big of a deal in Extreme Trials, but just to make a point, if you're not doing Extreme Trials, you don't care about doing the most recent content to grind gear and stuff like that, then the stats on your gear are mostly for your personal enjoyment. Yes, you're going to do more DPS, which means the enemies die faster, but it's probably more down to your skill as a player in the dungeons and easier raids and old content and stuff like that than whether you have the perfect stats, right? So you don't have to be too worried about having your stats correctly. However, I'm sure you will have more fun and enjoyment out of your rotation when you know that you've done it right, if you care about doing it right. And Pokeshack says, I have reached 80 after all this effort just to be weaker. It was really funny. Because when people realized that, they also sort of lost their minds. And then the following patch, Phoenix got like 100 potency boost to its single target attack and like 60 or 70 boost to its AoE. We're at a point where on single target, Phoenix does the same damage, like for its full duration, as Bahamut does. But on AoE, Phoenix is a DPS increase. Like on AoE, Phoenix will actually do more damage than Bahamut, if I remember correctly. Because of the buff. So there's that. And Mail says, still remember seeing Summoner mains lose their collective minds when they saw the Summoner changes in the pre-Endwalker job actions video. Yeah, I was so excited, and you have to keep in mind that back in Shadowbringers, I was probably a Summoner main, you could say, based on what I was playing. It was just that because I didn't need to put in the huge, like I didn't need to make use of the fact that Summoner was one of the highest DPS in back in Shadowbringers. I preferred to play Red Mage because it helped me. Like if I was a DPS anyway, it was easier to help my friends with easier content when I could rest them. So I would either play a tank, a healer, usually Scholar, or Red Mage. And if I played tank, I would usually play Dark Knight. Lord says, I like feeling like a god. I am a summoner after all. Yeah, Pokeshack, it did. The Phoenix did in fact get buffed from normal to savage. And it says, honestly though, Phoenix should do a bit less damage than Bahamut since it comes with a heal over time. Not only does Phoenix come with a heal over time, it comes with a raid-wide heal over time that is like about as powerful as a white mage casting Medica 2, except this just comes for free. And then you also get a heal that is like about as powerful as Essential Dignity, if not actually 2 Essential Dignities, something to that effect. And again, you just get this for free, and you're not a healer. But this is actually really apt off the back of my recent video on what makes a good job bad in Savage raids. If Summoner's Phoenix did less damage than Bahamut, then honestly, they should make Bahamut and Phoenix 2 separate buttons so that the Summoner could choose, rather than being forced to use the heal one on every second round.
Now, the problem with doing that is, how often do you think people would willingly choose Phoenix knowing that it was a DPS loss to do so? No one would. Which is the reason why they decided to instead just buff Phoenix, so that it is just as good. Like, you have to keep in mind that Phoenix isn't exactly as good. The likelihood that all of the damage of the Phoenix comes into a 15-second buff window is very, very small. Meanwhile, Bahamut's damage is heavily focused on this Death Flare in addition to, you know, Enkindle. That 500 potency that Phoenix got on its basic attacks, you know, the Fountain of Fire, that is spread over 15 seconds, while Death Flare, you just click it when you see all of the raid buffs appear. Which makes it easier to maximize the damage on Bahamut. It's complicated. The thing is that if Phoenix comes with a heal over time for the raid, that's great. People will appreciate it, but if it comes at a cost, then people would rather not pay it. If the cost is DPS, as you know. Paladins can use Clemency, but it's a DPS loss, so Paladins don't use Clemency. Things like that. And Luel says, you give so many good points to play classes that I wouldn't find fun. I want to play Red Mage now to rest my friends that are bad. Oh. And yeah, exactly, Mail. It's a 700 potency heal. And okay, Medica 2 got a buff. That's true. It's a little stronger than Phoenix now, because Medica 2 is a 1000 potency heal in total. Still, I think my point still stands that 700 potency is nothing to sneeze at when it just comes for free. Which is what it does now. I think another good point when I'm saying that if they wanted Phoenix to be weaker than Bahamut to pay for the heal over time, then they should have made Bahamut and Phoenix two separate buttons. How often do you see summoners use Phoenix in PvP? I'm pretty sure if you've played PvP, the amount of times you've seen Phoenix summoned at all can be counted on one hand. Because it does less upfront damage than Bahamut. Funny enough, Phoenix does almost as much, if not more damage than Bahamut, just with an added huge amount of healing. It's just that all of the damage Phoenix does comes over a much longer period of time, which kind of removes that whole surprise factor. Which is what Bahamut benefits from. There's just nothing quite like dropping 18,000 damage in a giant circle on the enemies. And Mail doesn't yet. Us Bard mains were forced to gimp our damage pre-Shadowbringers in order to use our songs to buff the raid. Was it that bad? I remember actually that Bards were an enigma before Shadowbringers, because I believe it was in Heavensward that the problem started arising. Is that your repertoire was activated by your damage over time effects critting, which is a thing. So that means every time Stormspite or Caustic Bite did a critical hit, you would get repertoire. Which meant that when you were in bad gear, you had just reached level 60 or 70. Then your critical hit chance would be incredibly low. Like insanely low.
compared to what it could be, which meant that your chance to get repertoire was very small. But at the end of an expansion where you had the best gear there was, your crit chance was very high in comparison, which meant that bards scaled really well with gear, and that meant that at the start of an expansion, bard was a kind of weak job. I believe in both Heavensward and Stormblood. I'm not 100% sure, but I have heard of this. And then at the end of the expansion, bard would become completely broken because they scaled so well with crit. So in Shadowbringers, they made the chance fixed and just made the chance terrible at low level. And then when you got Caustic Bite and Storm Bite, the chance became really good. Which is also bad. Which they then fixed in Endwalker by removing the repertoire mechanic from your dots entirely. The email says, we took at least a 10% damage debuff in order to use our songs. Do you mean that bards did less damage? Or what do you mean? Is it bard used to need crit above all else because our repertoire was dependent on dot crits? Exactly, and in Shadowbringers they changed it so that repertoire had a chance of proccing every 3 seconds. No. In Shadowbringers, it was a chance on your dots. Endwalker was what introduced the chance on the songs themselves. It's a very important distinction. You can see the tooltips in my old low-level bard guide if you're interested. In Shadowbringers, it was still tied to the dots. It's just that they removed the crit part of it. So there were 3 versions. There was when you critical tick a dot, and then there was sometimes when your dot ticks, and then there's this iteration where it's when you're singing. That's okay, Mail. I just wanted to make sure you that we both get it right. That's what really matters. What do you mean about the 10% debuff, by the way? Do you mean bard was weak to compensate for the raid-wide utility, or do you mean genuinely that there was some sort of debuff? Because I don't remember that, and I didn't play bard much in Stormblood, but I did unlock it. Oh! Back when our songs were just for party-wide buffs. Oh, Mage's Ballad regenerated party mana, but we did less damage while singing. That must have been in Heavensward and or A Realm Reborn, because that was not in Stormblood as far as I know. But I do remember someone said in my on my recent video, they talked about how bard could use Mage's Ballad and the party just got full mana, no problem. And I'm sure that was really balanced, right? super well balanced and totally not broken, and totally didn't remove all purpose and mana management completely from the game, right? I guess that's where, what's it called, Refresh, the roll action in Stormblood, that gave pretty decent amount of mana regen, came from, I'm guessing. Also, shame about that. No more mana shift. No more refresh. I liked mana shift. Especially when you're playing a black mage. Just pass 20% of your mana, which is infinite, to someone that doesn't have infinite mana. It's pretty powerful. That's really interesting. I didn't actually know that about bards. A Realm Reborn and Heavensward Age. I've heard recently about machinists having to stand still to attack
in certain contexts in Heavensward. And now Bard's mana regen and TP regen. Oh wow, so Mage's Ballad and Army's Paean became Tactician and Refresh as role actions, and then I guess got weakened a little bit because it was too strong. I think it's good that we don't have as much party-wide mana assistance, because when mana is in overabundance, like if a bard can keep you like fully charged at all times if you need to, then mana becomes a non-issue, and when mana is a non-issue, then bosses need to hit very hard to force you to spend it. But that just turns into other degenerate behavior. That's actually an interesting reference right now, because in World of Warcraft's Wrath of the Lich King expansion, which re-released recently in Classic, tanks would simply stack stamina to increase their health pool, rather than stack anything that could even remotely reduce the damage they would take, because most boss attacks that mattered would do most of its damage anyway. So you just had to have a lot of health, and the reason why you needed to have a lot of health is because all healers had practically infinite mana. So the way that the raid designers had to make the encounters difficult was to nuke the tanks and raid with damage, like crazy amounts of damage, to actually spend some of that mana. And because the damage was so huge, the best way you could tank damage was simply by surviving it. You just had to survive the hit. And then the healers would immediately top you off, because healers both did way too much healing per second and also had infinite mana. And Mail says, when Wanderer's Minuet was introduced in Heavensward, it turns us into a turret, because that's when we had to stand still to cast our shots and do more damage. Oh boy. And most bards hated that, so they changed it in Stormblood. And apparently machinists also had something. I think it was their heated barrel that required them to stand still, perhaps? And that was also changed in Stormblood? Because I do remember Wanderer's Minuet in Stormblood, and it was one of the weirdest abilities in their arsenal as a player leveling up. I think it was like a 3% damage increase? And was it a GCD? I feel like it was like a GCD, or it had a cast time or something. And when it's a GCD for a 3% damage boost, and it costs mana per second to keep active, you're looking at it as someone trying to do your best. How much mana does it cost? How long does it last? If it's only 3%, we're 4 in this light party dungeon. Will it last long enough to compensate for the GCD I had to use to activate it in the first place? Is there a point in using Wanderer's oh wait, it was called Faux Requiem, not Wanderer's Minuet. It was called Faux Requiem. My bad. Sorry about that. I'm thinking of Faux Requiem. And oh yeah, it was their Gauze Barrel. Lula says, I have come to a conclusion. I think I want to play every single job all at once. Well, Lowell, the good news are that Summoner mimics a lot of different jobs as mechanics in some capacity. Like, they feature Black Mage's slow casts, they feature ninjas, Raijin punches, technically a melee combo. They feature Titans. With Titan they feature Gunbreaker's continuation combo, and with Garuda you're kind of experiencing Machinist's hypercharge window, and you also have something
akin to both Dark Knight's Salted Earth and Ninja's Doton when you use Slipstream, and it has a really long cast time. So you can use Swift Cast on it, which is almost like an homage to the old summoner back in Shadowbringers, where you would use Swift Cast to cast a ruin so that you could weave Dreadworm trance. Oh, and also you have a Raid Wide heal, a bit like a healer would, and a targeted OGC heal, a bit like how a healer would. So you have a little bit of everything, right? You get a little bit of everything. Mail says, I miss Faux Requiem. I still have it on my bar. Oh. I think it is a cool concept, and I think it would be nice if some jobs that don't spend MP on anything got something to spend MP on. Like, all of those jobs that don't use MP for anything could really use a thing. Like, that was what I thought was really interesting about Bard getting Faux Requiem. Was that it meant that a job that didn't have anything to use their MP on anyway got something to use their MP on. Now, if you're playing like imagine you turn on the game for the first time, you have no idea how the game works, you have an HP bar and an MP bar, and you play through the entire game as a Dragoon. Why do you have an MP bar? Like, why? It's not like you're gonna use it for anything. That's true. Blue Mage gets to be a little bit of everything. The only thing they don't really get to be is that they don't get to be that much melee because all of their attacks have a cast time, sort of. Franken Summoner. And as Blue Mage, you get to use Suzy Q's kick. Suzy Q! Man says, Faux Requiem was part of the burst windows. Yeah, that makes sense. Use it at the start while everyone's buffs are up. Yeah. But, again, I'm just saying, wouldn't it make more sense for jobs that don't use MP for anything to just not have an MP bar? Like, just center the HP bar here in the middle and call it a day? It made more sense back when we had a TP bar, because then mages and healers also had a TP bar even when they couldn't use it for anything. And they had an MP bar. And the melee that couldn't use MP had an MP bar anyway. Hello, Pablo. How are you doing? You're catching the stream in the, you could say, rather long end slate where I talk with the stream, where we just talk about and learn things. Like right now, where we're discussing how Bard used to work. Pokejak says, only Mage, Dark Knight, and Paladin use mana. Correct. How are you doing, Pablo? But yeah, it's also good. I need to learn. It's good to hear. We are getting to a point where it's getting a little late, at least for me. So if there's any specific questions anyone has, then please make sure to ask them in the stream so that I can answer them before we close. And you just watched my video about tanks, and you love it. Awesome. I heard a lot of good about that video. It's just that. Oh, the recent one. You mean the one about good jobs that are bad in Savage Raids? I'm glad to hear that.
Mail says, then you say, if the healer's mana, use Mage's Ballad to regen your own mana and use Foe's Requiem again. Mail, I got you one better. The Black Mage uses Mana Shift on the Bard to fill the Bard's mana bar quicker, so the Bard can use Foe Requiem sooner, so the Mage can get a DPS, so the Black Mage can get a DPS boost. Yeah? How about that? Now we're cooking with gas. Pokecheck says, what was I getting with all the jobs at 70? What were you getting at 70? Let's see. Was it this one? Or was it this one? Let's see. Might have been character. You get a hat. Pokecheck, you get a hat. Another hat. I haven't even claimed it. Mail says, plus the Black Mage sees the Mage's Ballad as having unlimited power since they can use more fire spells. Did Mage's Ballad work through Astral Fire? I remember that the Dark Knights had a lot of trouble because even though they could really use the MP, it didn't really work like that because Darkseid sort of blocked MP region and stuff like that. Really weird. I'll take your word for it, Mail. I wasn't there. I started playing the game in Stormblood. Boxrick says I need a Reaper and Sage for all at 80? That's a good question. Let's see. Mastering War 3 for 70 says all jobs that were in Stormblood at least. And Magic says all jobs that were in Stormblood. 80. It seems like for 80 you don't need Reaper and Sage. You just need everything else. I think Astral Fire just blocked natural mana regen. You might be right. It would make sense since, I mean, Mana Font worked. And still does. So it should work. I'm just not sure. Ballad didn't increase your mana regen, it just straight up gave you mana. Okay. I think Refresh in Stormblood increased your mana regen. Or at least didn't work with Darkseid or something like that. I feel like I remember that. And for those that don't know, Darkseid, which is the buff that you get from Flood and Edge of Darkness or Shadow, was very different before Shadowbringers. In Stormblood, it was just a button you clicked and then you get a permanent 20% damage bonus. It also enabled certain other attacks. So you pretty much had to use it 100% of the time. There was no point in having a button for it because you were going to use it all the time anyway. But what it did was that it prevented automatic regen, which I believe also meant that you didn't receive MP from Refresh. And I can't remember for certain. I don't think it worked like that, but I think maybe also Mana Shift didn't work. Unless you manually toggled off Darkseid. And it was even worse in Heavensward, because there you toggled Darkseid and then it would gradually take your MP, but most of your MP spending attacks were locked behind activating Darkseid. So I believe the Dark Knight gameplay loop was, you know, fill up your MP as much as you could, and then use dark side, and then, you know, pump it. But some utility actions were also locked behind dark side, like I believe Dark Mind was, something like that. It was very strange. I actually wish I got to try Dark Knight back in Heavensward back when they had a dot. That would have been fun. They also had an attack. They had Reprisal that could only be used when you parried an attack. It was very different. That's a fun fact. And I had to read that fun fact myself because I wasn't there. Now, if there aren't any pressing questions, then I think this is also a pretty decent time to round off the stream. I have to get up in the morning, of course. So thank you all for watching and all the interesting questions. That's always so fun. I learned multiple new things today about Bard and how they used to play. Actually, Mail, just before I end, did you like Bard better in Heavensward? Or do you like it better now? I'm very curious about that. A lot of people complain that the jobs are way different than how they liked them. But I feel like often they have been upgraded or changed for the better. Anyway, I'm just gonna wait a moment to give Mail a chance to respond if they have time or have heard me ask. Otherwise, it's okay. Pablo asks, sorry for my English, don't worry about it. According to your point of view, which melee would you recommend for raiding? If it is very easy, there are many people, but if it's difficult, the mechanics are complicated? Thank you. So, let's take a little gander at our good friend FF Logs. They've changed their layout. Makes it a little complicated. Let's see. The most popular melee DPS in Savage Raid right now is Samurai by a significant margin, just based on these log reports. That's mainly if you want to Savage Raid, that this is a thing. If you just want to normal raid, like not do the hardest content in the game, then it doesn't matter which melee you want to play. It is just what you want, what you think is fun. Technically, that also applies for Savage Raiding, but in terms of getting a group, it might be easier to play, you know, to choose something that has some advantage that you like. The least popular of the melee DPS is the Monk, which makes sense because it is possibly the hardest to play. I would say that Reaper is the easiest of the melee DPS to play, and it is the second least played in Savage Raiding. But the reason for that is that Reaper does the least DPS among the melee DPS. So people will choose to avoid it for that reason. Now, all of the jobs in Final Fantasy XIV, with a little bit of gear, will all be able to do the hardest content in the game. It doesn't matter. The only time where people really worry about it is when they're trying to beat world first. And even so, people still will choose jobs based on what they like to some degree. So, my suggestion would be, Pablo, if you want to Savage Raid, choose the melee DPS that you like to play the most. If you don't care about, like, if you all the same, like, don't care which one you play, you would play all 5, then I would probably say that Ninja will, and Dragoon possibly also, but especially Ninja is a melee DPS that tends to get a seat because they have very good raid cooldowns, and they do good damage. The reason why I'm not saying Samurai is both because, as you said yourself, if a job is really, really popular, there's going to be a lot of them, which would give you problems finding a spot, right? And if you don't want that, then take something else. And there's also the part that Samurai and Black Mage are sort of, competing for the same seat. Not really. There's no problem in having a Black Mage and a Samurai in the same raid team, but if you try to optimize, you typically only want one of them. You're a warrior main, but your video made me question about melees. You can play warrior in Savage Raid. You are perfectly capable of doing so. Near the start of the video that you saw, I do mention in like a little text blurb, my personal opinion is that all jobs are viable. It's just that being viable, like a job being viable, isn't determined by being able to beat the latest raid in full item level 610. And given that you're having this conversation with me now, I'm guessing that you aren't a world first Savage Raider, and if you're not a world first Savage Raider, you're probably not beating P8S in full 610 gear. And if you're not doing that, then Warrior's perfectly viable. Like, perfectly fine. In fact, it's more defensive nature compared to some of the little bit heavily damage-oriented tanks like Gunbreaker and Dark Knight. Very slightly. Very, very slightly, and mostly Gunbreaker. You have more defense, you have stronger defensive cooldowns. That might make it easier for your raid team, which then means that you might be able to get away with more mistakes, which is ultimately a good thing. So you shouldn't, based on that video, choose to reroll if you really enjoy playing raw warrior. Stay a warrior if you like to play warrior. That's what I would suggest. If you want to play a melee DPS, do that. If you want to play a melee DPS because warrior being low tier, quote unquote, then you should probably not play a Reaper, because then you're just, moving the seat a little bit just to like do the same thing in a different role position. In that case, if you want to reroll to be as strong as possible in a Savage Raid context, then I would say play Ninja as a melee DPS, because it's not the most represented, but it's really strong. It's not easy. But again, play the job that you want. My video wasn't supposed to make people feel bad about playing their job. My video was more to highlight why it is difficult. It's a difficult problem. It's difficult to fix. And it isn't as easy as simply giving the jobs with less DPS more DPS. All jobs are viable. It's just how they are viable and how to make the most of them. You'll be happy to know, if you choose to continue playing Warrior, that Warrior is one of the best jobs at soloing content. And if you're not doing Savage content, then Warrior's possibly the job that is best at beating a boss after your raid dies. Which is also really funny. So if you're not planning on Savage raiding, then you're going to have a lot of fun. Pokeshak says Dragoon is useful for floor tank memes. I mean, yes. And also for complaining that Estinian has a cooler Stardiver. Now, that was a long, long talk about job viability, which is very, very fitting based on my recent video. I'm glad that that you could use my answer, Pablo. I'm glad you're not feeling bad. That's the important thing, is that if you choose to reroll, do it because you would enjoy it. But don't do it because some log says that you do less DPS. Because then you're never going to be allowed to play what you want. If you have to change every season because now this job is good. Right. That is all I have. A third of the stream dedicated to just talking. Or a fourth of the stream dedicated to just talking about this and that and everything and Hangout, as is tradition at this point. And then 3/4 dedicated to beating the daylights out of some bosses and also getting my daylights beaten out of me. I hope you guys found it as fun as I did. You don't have to feel that you main anything, Pokeshak. When people ask me what I main, I usually list like 3 or 4 jobs. One for each role. But I can both see that the stream is extremely delayed, even though that I'm pretty sure I set it to ultra low delay. And then I can also say that I don't have anything else on the table. So thank you all so much for watching, and thank you for all the extremely good questions and discussions. It always makes it much more fun. The best part about finishing a stream and taking an hour to finish the stream is that if there were no questions, then it would be very lonely. Next stream is on Saturday, where we're continuing the main quest for more post-ARR content. And there's Sipping Jackets, who came to slap me apparently. Alright. Thank you all so much for watching, and good night, or depending on where you are in the world, good morning or afternoon. See you all very, very soon. Goodbye.